Hello and welcome to Tales of Middle-earth, where we dive into the epic stories of Tolkien's legendary world. Tonight, we'll journey through the wonders and tragedies of the First Age, exploring the rise and fall of kingdoms, the sacrifices of heroes, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Let the soothing narration transport you to the world of elves, men, and Valar. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay connected with more enchanting tales. Now sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1: The Music of Ainur. The Beginning of Creation. In the beginning, before time and the shaping of Arda, there was Eru Ilúvatar, the supreme being, the one who created all things. He stood alone in the void, for there was nothing else but his thought. From this thought, he called into being the Ainur, the Holy Ones, beings of unimaginable power and grace. These Ainur were both the Valar, the great powers who were to shape the world, and the Maiar, their lesser but still mighty servants. Eru Ilúvatar, having created the Ainur, sought to give them purpose, to make them part of his grand design. He summoned them together, and before him, he spoke. With a voice like thunder and gentle as the wind, Ilúvatar proclaimed, "Behold, I shall reveal to you the vision of the world, the creation of Arda, where life and beauty will take root. Together, you shall bring it into being through the music of the Ainur." At these words, the Ainur gathered their thoughts, each responding to the great call. Manwë, the highest of the Valar, the Lord of the Skies, looked to the heavens. His heart was full of harmony, and his mind was filled with the order and grace of the universe. Beside him stood Varda, his queen, the Lady of the Stars, whose light was as bright and pure as the stars themselves. Together, they radiated wisdom and peace, and their voices intertwined in harmony. Next to them was Aule, the great smith, whose heart burned with the desire to shape and craft. His voice was deep and resonant, filled with the rumble of mountains and the quiet shaping of the earth. Beside him stood Yavanna, the giver of fruits, whose melodies whispered of growing things, of trees, and the green lands that would one day cover Arda. Other Ainur, too, stood among them. Ulmo, Lord of the Waters, whose voice was like the sound of rivers and oceans. Mandos, the Keeper of Souls, whose voice was the deep echo of time and fate. Nienna, whose sadness was the mourning of the world, and Tulkas, the warrior, whose voice rang out with strength and passion. Each spirit was different, each a reflection of the broader vision that Ilúvatar would share. All stood in a circle, awaiting their cue. Eru Ilúvatar's gaze was upon them, and with a simple gesture, he began the first great music. The first note, the music of creation. At Ilúvatar's command, the Ainur began. Each one brought forth their part, their individual voice joining the great symphony of creation. And as they sang, the void was filled with the first sounds, the very fabric of existence woven by the music of their thoughts. Manwë's voice rose first, gentle and commanding, a melody of the highest order. It was a pure note, a tone that spoke of peace and harmony. Varda's light shone through, and her voice added a shimmering layer, like the gleam of stars in the deep void. Then came Aule. His notes were strong, deep, like the sound of the very earth itself. As he shaped the world in his mind, his notes rang out with the power of mountains, forests, and the solid rock of creation. Beside him, Yavanna added her voice, and her melody was that of growing things, of grass and trees, of flowers and all that would bloom upon the earth. Each note blended together into a great tapestry, the music of all things. Ulmo, in his turn, added the deep swell of oceans and the gentle whisper of streams. Mandos played his part, weaving in notes of sorrow and death as the cycle of life was understood. Tulkas, the mighty warrior, added sharp, dynamic beats, the pulse of battle and strength, while Nienna's voice wove sorrow into the mix, a reminder of the fragility of life. It was then that Melkor, the greatest and most powerful of the Ainur, joined the music. His voice was bold, deep, and commanding, a sound filled with an intensity that seemed to dwarf the others. But where others had sung in harmony, Melkor's notes were different. They were sharp and discordant, a clash of opposing sounds that interrupted the flow of the song. At first, the others faltered, unsure of how to respond. Manwe glanced at Varda, their voices harmonizing with the others in sweet unity. Aule and Yavanna, though skilled in their arts, felt the unsettling strain of Melkor's notes. Ulmo's waters rippled, disturbed by the disturbance in the music, and Tulkas, ever the warrior, clenched his fists as the music twisted and warped. But Melkor was relentless. He sought to drown out the harmony, to impose his will upon the music, filling the air with a chaotic, discordant refrain. His mind was consumed with ambition and pride, and he sought to be the center of the music. The more he sang, the more the harmony of the Ainur began to fray. His music was filled with tension, a desire for dominion over all things, not the beauty of creation, but the imposition of his own vision. The struggle, conflict in the music. Varda was the first to sense the danger. Her heart, attuned to the beauty of the stars and the purity of light, recoiled at the disharmony that Melkor brought. Manwe's voice rang out, attempting to guide the melody back into unity. His note was one of calm and wisdom, the deep understanding that the music must not be overtaken by individual will. Aule added his strength, and Yavanna, too, sought to bring her vision of peace into the creation. The earth was to be full of life, not conflict. But Melkor grew louder still, his mind burning with resentment and pride. He began to craft his own notes, notes that sought to assert dominance over the world, to bring about his vision of the universe, not one of harmony, but one where he was supreme. The Ainur struggled to maintain the balance. Mandos added his deep, resonant voice, but it was filled with the sadness of knowing that the darkness Melkor brought was a part of the creation. Ulmo summoned forth great storms, waves crashing as the music of Arda became filled with turmoil. And in the midst of it all, Eru Ilúvatar remained silent, watching the music unfold. He saw the conflict, but he did not intervene. His plan was larger than the moment. He understood that Melkor's rebellion, though it caused strife and discord, was also a part of the unfolding song. The world was not only about light and order, but also about conflict and choice. Eru Ilúvatar's revelation, a vision of Arda. After the struggle in the music reached its peak, Eru Ilúvatar raised his hand, and the music ceased. The Ainur stood in silence, waiting. The void was still, and their hearts were heavy with the weight of what had transpired. Manwe looked to Varda, their eyes filled with sorrow. Aule and Yavanna exchanged silent glances, understanding the toll this conflict had taken on the harmony they sought to create. It was then that Eru Ilúvatar spoke. "Behold, my children," he said, his voice echoing through the silence. "This is the music of the Ainur. What you have created is beautiful, but it is also filled with discord. For Melkor has introduced a darkness into the world, a shadow that will seek to dominate. But this darkness is not the end. It is part of the world I have planned for you all." The Ainur were astonished. Eru Iluvatar's wisdom was beyond their understanding. He had foreseen the discord, the rebellion, and the struggles to come. He spoke further, revealing the vision of Arda, the world that would take shape from their music. He showed them the lands of Middle-earth, the seas, the forests, the plains, and the mountains. He revealed the birth of the children of Iluvatar, the elves and the men, who would walk upon Arda and, through their choices, determine the fate of the world. And though Melkor's shadow would loom over them, there would also be light, the light of the Valar, of the stars, of growth, and of hope. But know this, Eru continued, you shall enter this world, each of you, to shape it. And Melkor, though he may seek to destroy it, will be but a part of the song. A song that will unfold in ways none of you yet understand. Melkor's rebellion and the future of Arda. As Eru Iluvatar spoke, the Ainur were filled with both awe and dread. They understood that their world would be one of great beauty and great strife, where harmony and discord would constantly clash. Melkor, despite his ambition, would never be able to destroy the world he sought to dominate. Yet his actions would shape the course of history, bringing both darkness and light. And so, the Ainur descended into Arda, each taking their place to guide and shape the world. But Melkor was not content with his role. His rebellion had only just begun, and the music of creation had only set the stage for the great struggle that would unfold across the ages of Middle-earth. As Eru Iluvatar's words faded away into the stillness of the void, the Ainur found themselves at an impasse. Though their music had ebbed and flowed in harmonious waves, it had now become something more. It was now a reflection of themselves, their desires, their hopes, and their fears. The creation of Arda had been a beautiful thing, but it was no longer simple, no longer a pure and innocent act. The discord sown by Melkor had left a wound, an uncertainty in the music that would never be fully healed. Melkor, in his pride, had broken the delicate harmony of the world. His ambitions to be the greatest, to be the one who shaped Arda in his image, could not be ignored. As he stood at the fringes of the Ainur, his thoughts became a whirlwind of desire. The world, which was to be a shared vision, had become something he desired to own, to bend to his will. His song, though discordant, was full of power, power that none of the other Ainur could ignore. The struggle between him and the rest of the Ainur intensified. Where Manwë sought peace, Melkor sought control. Where Varda's stars shone bright, Melkor introduced shadows that clouded the sky. Where Aule sought to craft the solid earth, Melkor attempted to twist it, to break it, and remake it in his own image. It was not a battle of sound alone, but of vision, of creation, and destruction. The Ainur began to sense that Melkor's power was not something that could be simply removed or overcome. His voice had become too potent, his discord too deep-rooted. Yet, though it was powerful, it was not invincible. His song, though loud and brash, lacked the depth of the other voices. He lacked the understanding of unity, for in his pursuit of domination, he had isolated himself, casting aside the importance of collaboration. This was where the Valar had the advantage. Though their harmony had been disrupted, they still had one another. They were not alone. Manwë, watching the struggle unfold, understood this. He saw that the future of Arda, its very existence, depended not on the triumph of one, but the unity of all. With a gesture, he called upon Varda, and together they wove a new note into the music. It was not a note of silence, nor one of conflict, but a note of resolution, an enduring harmony that sought to balance the forces at play. But Melkor was unyielding. His power was not easily dismissed. As the battle raged on in the music, he gathered his strength. using his knowledge of the world and its hidden places to twist the creation into shapes that were not meant to be. His vision was one of dominance. His heart yearned for the mastery over all, a world where he stood at the center, dictating the fates of others. The first vision of Arda, the world takes shape. As the Ainur continued their struggle, Eru Ilúvatar silently observed, his understanding of the grand design far deeper than any of them could comprehend. His creation had begun in beauty and harmony, but from the outset, he had known that Melkor's discord would become part of the world's song. It was not a flaw in his creation, but a necessary part of it, a challenge that would shape the future of Arda and all who would dwell upon it. At this moment, Eru Ilúvatar raised his hand, and the music ceased. The Ainur fell silent, their hearts filled with both pride and uncertainty. Before them, Eru spoke once again, his voice gentle but firm. "Behold, the world I have envisioned for you," he said, and as his words resonated, a vision began to unfold in the minds of the Ainur. They beheld Arda, the world that would one day take shape, a world of mountains and seas, of forests and plains, of rivers and skies. It was a world full of potential, waiting to be shaped by their hands. The vision was not a simple one. It was filled with layers of complexity, of beauty and darkness intertwined. Arda, as Eru had designed it, would be a world of light and shadow, of growth and decay. There would be moments of harmony, but also moments of strife. This was not a world that would be static. It was a world in constant motion, a world that would grow, evolve, and change over time. It was a world where every being, from the greatest of the Ainur to the smallest of the creatures, would play their part. In the vision, Eru Ilúvatar showed them the children of Ilúvatar, the Elves and the men. These two races would inhabit Arda, and through their choices, their desires, and their actions, they would determine the future of the world. They would be the ones who could shape the destiny of Arda, not through brute power, but through their wisdom, their love, and their free will. As the Ainur watched the vision unfold, they saw that the Elves would be the first to awaken, and that they would be immortal, tied to the land itself. The Valar would guide them, teach them the ways of Arda, and protect them from the darkness that Melkor sought to impose. The Elves would be the caretakers of the world, the first to know the beauty of creation. And then, there were the men. Unlike the Elves, the men were mortal, their lives brief, but filled with potential. They would be the ones to shape the future, to make the choices that would define the course of history. Their mortality was a gift and a curse. While they would not live forever, they would have the freedom to choose their path. The Valar would watch over them, but it was the men who would ultimately decide the fate of Arda. The entry of the Valar into Arda. After the vision had faded, Eru Ilúvatar turned his gaze to the Ainur. "You will enter the world, my children," he said, "and it will be shaped by your hands. Your music, though disrupted, has laid the foundation for Arda. But now it is your task to shape it, to guide it, and to care for it." The Valar, those who had taken on the greatest responsibility, descended upon the world. They entered Arda, each taking a dominion of their own. Manwë, the highest of the Valar, took his place in the skies, watching over the winds and the air. His voice, now tempered with the wisdom of experience, echoed across the heavens, guiding the winds to bring balance to the world. Varda, his queen, placed the stars in the sky, their light shining down upon the earth, a reminder of the purity of their vision. Aule, the great craftsman, took his place in the deep places of the earth, shaping the mountains and valleys, the stone and the rock that would form the bedrock of Arda. His hands molded the world, and in his heart, he knew that it was his task to build a foundation that would endure. Beside him, Yavanna shaped the forests, the fields, and the gardens. She planted the first trees, brought forth the grasses, and set life into the world. Her love for all things that grew filled the world with the fragrance of life. But as the Valar worked, Melkor watched from the shadows, and his heart grew darker. He had seen the beauty of the vision, but he could not accept it. His desire for control had only deepened. Though he had been given dominion over certain parts of the world, it was not enough. His pride burned brighter, and in the deepest parts of Arda, where no light yet shone, he began to stir. Melkor's rebellion, the seeds of darkness. As the world began to take shape, Melkor's anger grew. His mind had been consumed with the idea of surpassing the other Valar, of creating a world that he alone would rule. He began to weave his own plans, plotting in secret. His music, which had once been part of the harmony of creation, now became a song of destruction. He called to his followers, the Maiar, those spirits who had been drawn to his cause. Among them was Sauron, the greatest of his servants, who would one day become the Dark Lord of Middle-earth. Together, they sought to undermine the work of the other Valar, to twist the very fabric of creation. Melkor, in his pride, would stop at nothing to claim Arda for himself. Yet, even as Melkor's darkness spread across the land, the other Valar were not blind. Manwë sensed the disturbance in the world. He saw that Melkor sought to dominate, and he knew that this was a challenge that would shape the future of Arda. As the Valar looked upon their creation, they realized that the balance of the world was fragile. They could not ignore the darkness that was beginning to spread, but they also knew that it was not the end. Eru Ilúvatar had allowed the discord to play its part, and in that discord, there was a deeper wisdom to be found. For the world would not be defined solely by light or by shadow, but by the choices of those who inhabited it. Chapter 2: The Descent of the Valar. When the Ainur descended into the world of Arda, they were struck by its raw beauty. It was a realm still unshaped, a canvas of boundless potential, waiting for their hands to guide its formation. They were no longer spirits of thought and music alone. Now they took physical form, bodies woven from the fabric of the world they had envisioned. For some, this change was exhilarating, for others, daunting. But they had committed themselves to this task, and there was no turning back. The Valar, the greatest of the Ainur, were the first to take dominion over Arda's vast and untamed landscapes. Manwë, chosen by Eru Ilúvatar to lead, gazed upon the open skies and claimed them as his realm. The winds answered to his call, and he took joy in their freedom. Beside him was Varda, radiant and luminous, who adorned the heavens with stars. Together, they became the celestial guardians, ensuring that the light of the heavens would forever guide the children of Ilúvatar. Beneath the sky, Aule turned his focus to the earth. He molded the rocks and raised the mountains, his forge blazing as he created the foundations of Arda. By his side was Yavanna, who brought forth the first plants and trees. She sang songs of growth and life, and the earth responded with verdant abundance. The lands began to flourish, though much work remained to be done. Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, claimed the seas and rivers as his domain. His presence was pervasive, for water flowed through every part of the world, a symbol of life and connection. He worked tirelessly, carving out vast oceans and winding rivers, creating a rhythm that pulsed through the veins of Arda. The Valar were not alone. Many Maiar, lesser spirits of the Ainur, joined them in their labor, Together they endeavored to shape the world into the vision they had glimpsed during the music. Yet even as they labored, they remained vigilant, for the shadow of the Melkor lingered. The discord of Melkor. Melkor's descent into Arda was unlike that of the other Valar. While they sought to bring harmony and order to the world, Melkor descended with a heart full of malice and pride. He saw the beauty of the Valar's work, and it enraged him. In his mind, Arda belonged to him alone, for had he not been the mightiest of the Ainur? His fall from grace did not diminish his power, and his will was as strong as ever. As the Valar worked to shape the world, Melkor sought to unmake it. In secret, he began to corrupt the lands they had formed. The mountains that Aula raised, Melkor broke and twisted. The waters that Ulmo nurtured, Melkor defiled with bitterness and cold. Even the trees and plants that Yavanna grew were not spared. He introduced blights and decay, ensuring that nothing in Arda could flourish without struggle. The Valar quickly realized they were not alone in their efforts. Wherever they went, they found evidence of Melkor's hand. A plain once fertile would become barren overnight. A river would dry up, its source mysteriously blocked. The stars that Varda placed in the sky were sometimes obscured by clouds of shadow. The world was not yet at peace, and the Valar understood that Melkor would not allow their work to proceed unchallenged. The first confrontation. The tension between Melkor and the Valar came to a head during the shaping of the Great Lamps. To bring light to the world, Aule forged two immense lamps, Iluin and Ormal, which Manwë and Varda filled with radiant light. The lamps were placed upon tall pillars, one in the north and the other in the south, and their light bathed the world in a gentle glow. For a time, the Valar's work flourished under this illumination. But Melkor watched with envy and rage. He could not abide the beauty of the lamps, for they were a symbol of the unity and purpose he had rejected. In secret, he gathered his strength and constructed a fortress in the far north, a place of shadow and ice called Utumno. From there, he launched his first great act of defiance. In a violent assault, Melkor unleashed his power upon the great lamps. The pillars that held them aloft were shattered, and the lamps themselves fell to the earth, their light extinguished. The destruction was catastrophic. Vast regions of Arda were laid waste, and the symmetry of the Valar's work was undone. The Valar were devastated. The destruction of the lamps marked their first great failure, and it became clear that Melkor's influence could not be ignored. Yet even in their grief, they resolved to continue their work. They retreated to the western lands of Aman, where they established their new home, Valinor, a sanctuary of light and order amidst the chaos. The shaping of Valinor. In Valinor, the Valar created a realm of unparalleled beauty. They raised mighty mountains, the Pelori, as a shield against Melkor's reach. At the heart of this land, they built the city of Valmar, where golden bells rang out in celebration of their labor. They planted vast gardens, filled with flowers and trees that glowed with an inner light. The crowning achievement of Valinor was the creation of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelin. Yavanna, with her boundless love for all things that grew, brought these trees into being. Telperion's silver light illuminated the land in a cool, serene glow, while Laurelin's golden radiance filled it with warmth and vitality. Together, the trees brought a new harmony to Valinor, a balance of light that symbolized the unity of the Valar. For a time, Valinor became a sanctuary of peace. The Valar worked together to prepare the world for the awakening of the children of Ilúvatar. Yet even as they toiled, they knew that Melkor was not idle. His power was growing, and his malice was spreading across the lands of Middle-earth. The Valar could not remain in Valinor forever. The world they had been tasked to shape lay beyond its borders, and it was far from complete. The long struggle. The Valar's conflict with Melkor became a long and arduous struggle. The lands of Middle-earth, which they had hoped to make a haven of peace and beauty, became a battleground. Melkor's creatures, twisted and corrupted Maiar, as well as monstrous beasts of his own design, roamed the lands, spreading terror and destruction. In response, the Valar sent forth their own servants, the Maiar, to counter Melkor's forces. Among them were Ossur, a vassal of Ulmo who tamed the seas, Melian, a spirit of wisdom and grace, and Eonwe, the herald of Manwë, whose might in battle was unmatched. The struggle between these opposing forces shaped the very geography of Arda, carving valleys and raising mountains, filling seas and draining plains. The Valar's efforts were not without cost. The endless conflict weighed heavily upon them, and they began to understand that they could not completely undo the damage Melkor had wrought. The world would always bear his mark, a reminder of the discord he had sown in the music of the Ainur. The awakening of the Elves. Amidst the turmoil, a moment of great significance arrived, the awakening of the Elves, the firstborn children of Ilúvatar. They awoke beneath the stars, beside the waters of the Cuiviénen, and their first sight was the beauty of the heavens. The Valar, upon discovering the Elves, were filled with wonder. Here were beings unlike any they had known, endowed with the gift of life and free will. Manwë decreed that the Elves should be brought to Valinor, where they would be safe from Melkor's malice. The Valar sent forth Orome, the huntsman, to guide them, but Melkor, ever watchful, sought to corrupt the Elves as he had corrupted the world. Some he captured and twisted, creating the first orcs, vile mockeries of the firstborn. The Valar knew they could not abandon the Elves to such a fate. In a great effort, they waged war against Melkor, seeking to bring an end to his dominion over Middle-earth. The conflict was fierce, but the Valar's unity proved stronger than Melkor's malice. At last, they captured him and bound him in chains, bringing him to Valinor to face judgment. The chaining of Melkor. In Valinor, Melkor stood before the Valar in chains. Manwë, in his wisdom, chose mercy over vengeance. He decreed that Melkor would be imprisoned in the halls of the Mandos for 3 ages, a time for reflection and repentance. Some of the Valar doubted the wisdom of this decision, for they knew Melkor's heart was full of deceit. But Manwë trusted in the possibility of redemption. With Melkor's imprisonment, a fragile peace returned to the world. The Valar continued their work, preparing for the coming of the second-born, the race of men. Yet they remained vigilant, for they knew that Melkor's shadow, though diminished, had not been fully extinguished. Chapter 3: The Seeds of Discord. While the Valar labored to shape Arda into the vision revealed by Eru Ilúvatar, the shadow of Melkor grew ever more insidious. Though he had been cast out of their councils, his power had not waned. Indeed, his descent into darkness had only strengthened his resolve. To Melkor, the world was not a shared creation, but a prize to be claimed, its beauty a canvas to be defiled. The subtle corruption. In the early days of Arda, Melkor moved through the lands in secrecy. Observing the work of his siblings, he wandered the mountains that Aule had raised, marveling at their majesty even as he plotted to corrupt their grandeur. He moved among the forests and meadows Yavanna had nurtured, feeling a twisted satisfaction as he imagined them falling to decay. His malice seeped into the earth, an unseen poison that would take root in the years to come. One of Melkor's earliest acts of sabotage was to corrupt the waters of Ulmo. In the shadowy depths of the oceans, he spread a cold, unnatural current, an icy chill that brought death to the warm, life-giving seas. Rivers that had once flowed freely now struggled against unseen barriers, and the songs of water that Ulmo cherished became discordant echoes of their former beauty. Ulmo, sensing the disturbance, grew wary. "The waters resist my touch," Ulmo confided to Manwë in Valinor. "There is a shadow in the deep that I cannot reach." Manwë, gazing out from the high peaks of the Pelori, nodded gravely. "Melkor stirs, though he hides his hand. His malice is no less dangerous for its subtlety. We must remain vigilant." The Fortresses of Shadow. As the Valar worked to bring light to the world, Melkor built fortresses in secret. In the far north, hidden beneath layers of ice and shadow, he constructed Utumno, a fortress of unimaginable darkness. Utumno was a blight upon the world, its halls filled with cold malice. Deep within its dungeons, Melkor gathered spirits of the Maiar who had fallen to his influence. Among them was the Sauron, a being of great cunning and ambition who became Melkor's most trusted lieutenant. The Maiar who followed Melkor were not corrupted all at once. Some were swayed by his promises of power and independence, while others were broken by his will. Sauron, however, followed willingly, drawn to Melkor's vision of domination. Together, they began to craft creatures of terror. The first Balrogs, spirits twisted into fiery shadows, emerged from the depths of Utumno. They became the enforcers of Melkor's will, their fiery whips a symbol of his cruelty. The Valar, unaware of the extent of Melkor's preparations, continued their labors. They poured their strength into creating a world of harmony and beauty, even as Melkor's darkness spread beneath the surface. The Lamps of the Valar. The Valar's first great act of unity was the creation of the two lamps, Iluin and Ormul, which would bring light to the entirety of Arda. Aula forged the lamps with care, and Manwë and Varda filled them with radiant light. The lamps were placed upon towering pillars, Iluin in the north and Ormul in the south. Their light bathed the world, and for a time, the Valar's vision of harmony seemed within reach. The lands beneath the lamps flourished. The first great forests sprang up under Yavanna's care, and Ulmo's waters shimmered with the glow of the lamps. Creatures that had long dwelt in shadow emerged to bask in the light, and the Valar found joy in their work. Valinor itself glowed with an otherworldly beauty, a beacon of hope in a world still taking shape. But Melkor watched from Utumno, his envy growing with every moment. He could not endure the beauty of the lamps, for they symbolized the unity he had rejected. In his heart, he vowed to destroy them. The Fall of the Lamps. Melkor's attack on the lamps was swift and devastating. From Utumno, he unleashed his Balrogs and other monstrous servants, their fiery forms tearing through the lands of Arda. As the Valar rushed to defend their creation, Melkor himself struck at the pillars that held the lamps aloft. With his immense strength, he shattered the northern pillar, sending Iluin crashing to the ground. The southern pillar soon followed, and Ormal's light was extinguished. The destruction of the lamps plunged Arda into chaos. The lands that had thrived under their light were scorched and broken. Vast seas rose where forests had stood, and mountains crumbled into plains. The symmetry of the Valar's work was undone, and the world was forever marred by the scars of Melkor's malice. The Valar retreated to Valinor, heartbroken but determined. They began to fortify their sanctuary, raising the Pelori Mountains as a shield against Melkor's reach. At the heart of Valinor, they planted the seeds of a new light. The Two Trees of Valinor. Yavanna, filled with sorrow for the loss of the lamps, turned her strength to the creation of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelen. She sang a song of life and renewal, and from the soil of Valinor sprang two trees of unparalleled beauty. Telperion, the silver tree, glowed with a soft and tranquil light, while Laurelen, the golden tree, shone with warmth and vitality. Their light brought new hope to the Valar, and Valinor became a sanctuary of peace amidst the growing darkness of the world. The two trees illuminated Valinor, casting a light that no shadow could fully obscure. Under their glow, the Valar worked to prepare the world for the coming of the children of Ilúvatar. Yet even in this sanctuary, they knew that Melkor's shadow lingered. His malice could not be contained by mountains or seas, and his influence continued to spread across the lands of Middle-earth. The Awakening of the Elves. As the light of the two trees reached its peak, the first children of Ilúvatar, the Elves, awoke beside the waters of Cuiviénen. Their awakening was a moment of profound joy for the Valar. Here, at last, was the realization of Ilúvatar's vision, beings of free will and great beauty, unbound by the conflicts of the Valar. Manwë, upon hearing of the elves' awakening, sent Orome to greet them. Orome, the great hunter, marveled at the elves' grace and wisdom. He guided them through the forests, teaching them the songs of the Valar and the ways of Arda. Yet even as he rejoiced in their company, he sensed a shadow. Melkor, too, had discovered the elves. He sent his servants to capture and corrupt them, twisting some into the first orcs, vile parodies of the firstborn. The Valar were horrified by this desecration, and they knew they could no longer remain in Valinor. They resolved to confront Melkor directly, to bring an end to his dominion over Middle-earth. The war against Melkor. The Valar gathered their strength and waged war against Melkor. The conflict was unlike any that had come before. The land itself became a weapon, mountains rising and falling as the forces of light and darkness clashed. The seas roared with Ulmo's fury, and the skies burned with Manwë's wrath. The Valar's unity proved stronger than Melkor's malice. They stormed Utumno, breaking its gates and driving Melkor's servants into the depths. At last, they captured Melkor and bound him in chains, bringing him to Valinor to face judgment. The Judgment of Melkor. In Valinor, Melkor stood before the Valar, his might subdued but his hatred undiminished. Manwë, in his wisdom, chose mercy. He decreed that Melkor would be imprisoned in the halls of the Mandos for 3 ages, a time for reflection and repentance. Some among the Valar, particularly Tulkas, questioned this decision, but Manwë held firm. He believed in the possibility of redemption, even for one as fallen as Melkor. With Melkor's imprisonment, a fragile peace returned to the world. The Valar continued their work, preparing for the awakening of the second-born, the race of men. Yet they remained vigilant, for they knew that Melkor's shadow, though diminished, had not been fully extinguished. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Elves. Amidst the tranquil twilight of a world still young, the first children of Ilúvatar stirred to life by the shores of the Cuiviénen, the water of awakening. The stars, placed in the heavens by Varda, shone with unblemished light, reflecting on the pristine waters and illuminating the faces of the elves as they opened their eyes to the world. They were the Quendai, those who spoke, and their voices filled the air with songs of wonder and discovery. The elves marveled at the beauty of the stars and the natural world around them. In their innocence, they explored the forests and meadows, learning to understand the rhythm of life that Ilúvatar had set in motion. They named all things they encountered, for their language was rich and beautiful, a reflection of their own nature. They were untouched by the shadow of Melkor, though his gaze was already upon them. The Valar discover the firstborn. The Valar, dwelling in their sanctuaries in the Valinor, had long awaited the coming of the firstborn. Yet it was Orome, the great hunter and lover of the wilds, who first stumbled upon the Elves during one of his many journeys across Middle-earth. The moment he beheld them, he was struck by their beauty and their light, which seemed to echo the music of the Ainur itself. The Elves were initially wary of Orome, for they had also sensed the presence of dark shadows that moved in the forests. Melkor, ever watchful, had sent his servants to spy on the newly awakened race. Yet Orome's voice and presence calmed their fears. He spoke to them of the Valar and the world's great design, and the Elves listened with wonder. Returning to Valinor, Orome informed the Valar of the awakening of the Elves. The Valar were filled with joy and resolved to protect the firstborn from the malevolent influence of Melkor, whose hatred for all that was pure and good was unrelenting. The War for the Elves. The Valar convened in council and debated how best to safeguard the Elves. Manwë, their leader, determined that Melkor's stronghold in Utumno must be confronted. It was from this fortress of shadow that his servants moved against the Elves, seeking to corrupt or destroy them. Thus began the first great war of the Valar against Melkor. The earth trembled as the Valar marched forth, their might shaking the foundations of Middle-earth. Tulkas, the champion of the Valar, led the charge, his laughter echoing like thunder as he struck down the dark creatures that defended Utumno. Aule wielded the powers of the earth, splitting the ground and crumbling Melkor's fortifications, while Ulmo called upon the seas to drown the dark lands. The war was long and fierce, but the Valar were victorious. Utumno was laid waste, and Melkor was captured. Bound in chains, he was brought before the council of the Valar in Valinor. There, it was decreed that he would be imprisoned in the halls of Mandost for 3 ages, a punishment meant to humble him and allow the world to heal. The summoning to Valinor. With Melkor subdued, the Valar turned their attention back to the Elves. They invited the firstborn to leave the dangers of Middle-earth behind and dwell in the safety and splendor of Valinor, where they could bask in the light of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelin. Orome was sent to guide them on the journey, yet the Elves were divided in their response. Some, inspired by the vision of Valinor described by Orome, agreed to make the journey. These were the Eldar, the Elves of the Great Journey. They were further divided into 3 groups: the Vanyar, the Fair Elves, led by Ingwe, who were the first to arrive in Valinor and became the most devoted to the Valar; the Noldor, the Deep Elves, led by Finwë, known for their love of knowledge, craft, and ambition; the Teleri, the Sea Elves, led by Elwë and Olwë, who lingered by the shores of Middle-earth and grew attached to its waters. Others, however, chose to remain in Middle-earth, either out of fear of the journey or a deep love for the lands of their awakening. These became known as the Avari, the unwilling. The Great Journey. The Great Journey of the Eldar was both wondrous and perilous. As they traversed the vast lands of Middle-earth, they encountered natural beauty and challenges alike. They crossed mighty rivers, climbed towering mountains, and walked through endless forests. Along the way, the Elves grew closer to the world, learning its secrets and deepening their bond with it. The journey was not without loss. Some groups of Elves, wearied by the road or enchanted by the lands they passed through, chose to settle along the way. these became the ancestors of the various elven tribes that remained in Middle-earth, such as the Sindar and the Nandor. At last, the Eldar arrived in Valinor. There, they were welcomed by the Valar and given homes of great beauty. The Vanyar and Noldor settled near the Valar, while the Teleri, drawn to the sea, made their home on the shores of Aman. Together they flourished under the light of the two trees, their songs and crafts bringing new splendor to Valinor. The shadows of the future. Though the elves prospered in Valinor, the shadow of Melkor had not been fully extinguished. In his captivity, he plotted his return, his malice festering in the dark halls of Mandos. The seeds of discord he had sown among the elves during their time in Middle-earth lingered, hidden but not forgotten. The Valar, though vigilant, could not foresee all that was to come. The beauty and harmony of Valinor seemed unassailable, but the elves, gifted with free will, would soon make choices that would shape the fate of Arda in ways even the Valar could not control. Chapter 5. The Silmarils and the Shadow of Betrayal. The creation of the Silmarils marked a turning point in the history of Valinor. These three radiant jewels, crafted by Feanor, captured the light of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelin, and held within them an essence of beauty that no shadow could ever fully extinguish. To the elves, the Silmarils were treasures of unparalleled worth, symbols of their greatest achievements and the unity they shared with the Valar. But to Melkor, the Silmarils were a prize to be claimed, a source of power that could elevate him above even the Valar. The crafting of the Silmarils. In the quiet of his forge, Feanor poured his heart and soul into the creation of the Silmarils. With the knowledge granted to him by Aula, the Valar of craftsmanship, and the light of the two trees as his source, Feanor worked tirelessly. He infused the jewels with a part of his own spirit, binding them to his destiny and making them a reflection of his fiery and ambitious nature. The Silmarils were unlike anything that had ever been made. They radiated a light that was neither silver nor gold, but a perfect blend of both, shimmering with a life of their own. When the elves beheld them for the first time, they were struck with awe. Even the Valar marveled at Feanor's achievement, for the Silmarils seemed to encapsulate the very essence of Valinor. But as the Silmarils were praised, a shadow crept into the heart of Feanor. He became possessive of his creations, unwilling to share their beauty with others. His pride swelled, and he began to see the Silmarils not as a gift to the world, but as a treasure that set him above all others. The return of Melkor's malice. Melkor, who had been released from his imprisonment in the halls of Mandos, observed the growing tension with delight. Though he feigned repentance, his heart burned with hatred for the Valar and envy for the elves. The Silmarils became the focus of his desire, for he believed that possessing them would allow him to surpass even the light of the two trees. Disguising his true intentions, Melkor moved among the elves, sowing seeds of discord. To Feanor, he whispered of hidden plots among the Valar, suggesting that they sought to take the Silmarils for themselves. "Why should you trust them?" Melkor said. "The Valar are not your kin, and their wisdom is not infallible. They fear your power and your creations." To others, Melkor spread rumors of Feanor's arrogance, painting him as a threat to the unity of Valinor. These lies took root, for the elves, though noble, were not immune to jealousy and doubt. The harmony that had defined Valinor began to fray, and the light of the two trees seemed dimmer for it. Feanor's defiance. As Melkor's lies spread, Feanor became increasingly isolated. He withdrew from the councils of the Valar and the company of his kin, focusing solely on guarding the Silmarils. When his father, Finwë, the High King of the Noldor, urged him to reconcile with his brothers and the Valar. Feanor refused. "They seek to diminish me," Feanor said, his eyes blazing with anger. "They envy what I have created, and they wish to claim it for themselves. I will not allow it." This defiance came to a head during a gathering of the Noldor in Valinor, where Feanor confronted his brother, Fingolfin, who had tried to mend the rift. In his fury, Feanor drew his sword and threatened Fingolfin, an act that shocked all who witnessed it. Though no blood was spilled, the incident marked the first time an elf had raised a weapon against his kin in Valinor. The Valar, deeply troubled by this breach of peace, summoned Feanor to answer for his actions. Before the thrones of Manwë and Varda, Feanor stood unrepentant, his pride unyielding. Though the Valar did not punish him harshly, they decreed that he must lay aside his grievances and work toward reconciliation. But Feanor's heart remained hardened, and the shadow of Melkor's influence continued to grow. The theft of the Silmarils. Melkor's patience had reached its end. Realizing that his lies alone would not achieve his goals, he resolved to act. In the dead of night, he crept into the Fomenos, the stronghold where Feanor had taken the Silmarils for safekeeping. With him came Ungoliant, a creature of darkness and insatiable hunger, who had been lured from the outer void by Melkor's promises of sustenance. Together, they struck with devastating precision. Ungoliant consumed the light of the two trees, plunging Valinor into darkness, while Melkor stole the Silmarils from Fomenos. In the chaos, Finwë, who had remained behind to guard the stronghold, was slain. The loss of his father and his greatest creations drove Feanor into a frenzy of grief and rage. The Valar, stricken by the loss of the two trees, sought to restore the light. Yavanna and Nienna, the Valar of growth and mourning, worked tirelessly to heal the trees, but their efforts could not fully undo the damage. The light of the two trees survived only in the Silmarils, now in Melkor's possession. The Oath of Feanor. In the aftermath of the theft, Feanor gathered his sons and swore a terrible oath. Standing beneath the darkened sky, he vowed to pursue Melkor to the ends of the earth and beyond, to reclaim the Silmarils no matter the cost. This oath, known as the Oath of Feanor, was a binding and irrevocable promise, one that would drive the Noldor to acts of great heroism and tragic folly. "Be he Valar, demon or elf," Feanor declared, "none shall keep the Silmarils from me and my house. I will not rest until they are returned." His sons repeated the oath, their voices echoing through the halls of Fomenos. Though their resolve was strong, the oath carried with it a curse, for it bound them to a path of vengeance that would lead to untold suffering. The flight of the Noldor. Feanor, now the de facto leader of the Noldor, rallied his people to leave Valinor and pursue Melkor, whom he named Morgoth, the Dark Enemy. Many of the Noldor, moved by his fiery words and their own grief, chose to follow him. But not all were willing to abandon Valinor. Fingolfin and his followers, though wary of Feanor's motives, joined the march to preserve the unity of their people. The journey was fraught with danger. To leave Valinor, the Noldor had to cross the Helcaraxë, a treacherous, icy wasteland that separated Aman from Middle-earth. The crossing claimed many lives, and the bonds between the Noldor began to fray. Feanor's leadership, once unquestioned, was now marked by suspicion and dissent. The unfolding tragedy. As the Noldor reached the shores of Middle-earth, they found themselves unprepared for the challenges ahead. Morgoth's forces, entrenched in Angband, awaited them with open hostility. Yet Feanor pressed forward, driven by his oath and his insatiable desire to reclaim the Silmarils. In the first great battle of the Noldor in Middle-earth, known as the Dagor Nuin Gileath, the Battle Under the Stars, Feanor led his forces against Morgoth's armies. Though the Noldor were victorious, Feanor's recklessness led him too far into the enemy's territory. He was mortally wounded by Balrogs and died before his sons could reach him. With his dying breath, Feanor cursed Morgoth and commanded his sons to fulfill their oath. The Silmarils, he declared, must be reclaimed at all costs. His death marked the beginning of the long and bitter struggle between the Noldor and Morgoth, a conflict that would shape the history of Middle-earth for ages to come. Chapter 6. The Unfolding Doom of the Noldor. The Oath of Feanor had set in motion a series of events that would forever alter the fate of the Noldor and the world of Middle-earth. Bound by their vow to reclaim the Silmarils, Feanor and his followers marched toward a destiny fraught with sorrow, betrayal, and loss. The echoes of their choices would reverberate across the ages, shaping the history of elves, men, and the world they inhabited. The Helcaraxë, a trial of endurance. After their fiery departure from Valinor, the Noldor faced their first great challenge, the crossing of the Helcaraxë, the grinding ice. This treacherous wasteland of freezing winds and shifting glaciers lay between Aman and Middle-earth. The Noldor had chosen their path, but it would exact a heavy toll. Feanor and his immediate followers, consumed by urgency and driven by their leader's unyielding will, seized the ships they had acquired from the Teleri in Alqualondë. They sailed ahead, leaving behind Fingolfin and the larger host of the Noldor. As the ships disappeared over the horizon, the abandoned elves realized the full weight of Feanor's betrayal. Fingolfin, though seething with anger, refused to falter. He rallied his people and led them across the Helcaraxë. The crossing was a nightmare of freezing storms, unrelenting hunger, and deadly terrain. Many perished, their bodies lost to the icy wastes, but through sheer resilience and unity, Fingolfin's host endured. Their journey forged a bond of loyalty and determination that would define them in the years to come. When Fingolfin's host finally arrived in Middle-earth, they marched into the land with banners raised high, a defiant challenge to Morgoth, and a testament to their survival. Yet the scars of their crossing would remain, both physical and emotional, haunting their memories. The Siege of Angband. Meanwhile, Feanor and his sons pressed forward, eager to confront Morgoth. Their path led them to the gates of Angband, the fortress of the Dark Lord, nestled in the shadow of the Thangorodrim, the triple-peaked mountains of terror. Fueled by wrath and pride, Feanor launched a direct assault. The first battle of the Noldor in Middle-earth, known as the Dagor Nuin Gileath, the Battle Under the Stars, was a resounding victory for the Elves. Morgoth's forces, caught off guard, were driven back into the depths of Angband. The light of the Elves' swords and their unyielding valor scattered the orcs, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though the Noldor might triumph. But Feanor's fiery spirit led him too far. In his pursuit of Morgoth, he pressed on alone, heedless of the warnings of his sons and companions. As he neared the gates of Angband, he was ambushed by Balrogs, the fiery demons of Morgoth. Though he fought with unmatched fury, he was mortally wounded. His sons arrived too late to save him. With his dying breath, Feanor cursed Morgoth and commanded his sons to fulfill their oath. "Do not let the Silmarils remain in his grasp," he said, his voice a whisper of flame. "Pursue him to the ends of the world if you must." Feanor's death marked a turning point for the Noldor. The loss of their leader left them fractured and uncertain, but it also hardened their resolve. The siege of Angband began, a long and grueling stalemate that would define the early years of the Noldor's presence in Middle-earth. The sons of Feanor. Feanor's 7 sons, Maedhros, Maglor, Celegorm, Caranthir, Curufin, Amrod, and Amras, took up the mantle of leadership. Each of them was bound by the same oath, but their paths would diverge in ways that reflected their individual temperaments. Maedhros, the eldest, was noble and pragmatic. Though fiercely loyal to his father's cause, he sought alliances with other elves and worked to temper the more extreme impulses of his brothers. Maglor, the minstrel, was a poet and a singer whose voice carried both the beauty and sorrow of the Noldor. He often acted as a peacemaker. Celegorm and Curufin, known for their fiery tempers and cunning, became the most zealous in pursuing the oath. Caranthir, the dark and brooding son, was quick to anger and mistrust. Amrod and Amras, the youngest, were inseparable, often acting as one in thought and deed. The brothers established strongholds across Beleriand, seeking to fortify their positions and prepare for the inevitable confrontations with Morgoth. Yet their unity was fragile, undermined by the weight of their oath and the growing tensions among them. The arrival of Fingolfin. The arrival of Fingolfin and his host brought a renewed sense of purpose to the Noldor. Though bitterness lingered between the followers of Feanor and those who had endured the Helcaraxë, Fingolfin's leadership helped to unify the scattered elves. Fingolfin established his realm in Hithlum, a land of rolling hills and icy winds. From there, he maintained a vigilant watch over Morgoth's movements. His presence brought a semblance of order to the Noldor, and his valor inspired those who had begun to lose hope. It was Fingolfin who declared the siege of Angband, a concerted effort to contain Morgoth within his fortress. The elves constructed a ring of fortifications around Angband, cutting off Morgoth's access to the wider lands of Beleriand. For hundreds of years, this siege held, and the Noldor built realms of great beauty and strength across the land. The rising power of Morgoth. Despite the apparent success of the siege, Morgoth's power was far from diminished. Within the depths of Angband, he gathered his strength, crafting new horrors to unleash upon the world. Among these were the dragons, mighty beasts of fire and destruction, and legions of orcs bred for war. Morgoth's most insidious weapon, however, was his ability to corrupt and deceive. He sent spies and emissaries into the lands of the elves, sowing mistrust and discord. Alliances that had been forged in the heat of battle began to waver, and old grievances resurfaced. The Silmarils, still held by Morgoth, became a symbol of both hope and despair. The Noldor longed to reclaim them, but their attempts to do so only deepened their wounds. The oath of Feanor loomed over them like a curse, driving them forward even as it tore them apart. The doom of Mandos. The Valar, watching from afar, had not abandoned the Noldor entirely, yet they could not intervene directly, for the Noldor had chosen their path freely. Instead, they sent warnings through dreams and visions, urging the elves to temper their pride and seek reconciliation. But the Noldor, bound by their oath, could not turn back. The words of Mandos, spoken during their departure from Valinor, echoed in their minds. Tears unnumbered ye shall shed, and the shadow of death shall follow you. Yet in the end, Morgoth shall be overthrown, and greater shall be the deeds of those who endure. The weight of this prophecy hung heavy over the Noldor. They knew that their struggle was both their punishment and their destiny, and they steeled themselves for the trials to come. The shifting tides. As the years passed, the balance of power in Beleriand began to shift. The alliances between the Noldor, the Sindar, and the dwarves of the Blue Mountains grew stronger, but so too did Morgoth's influence. The siege of Angband, once a symbol of hope, became a tenuous stalemate. The Noldor faced constant challenges, both from Morgoth's forces and from within their own ranks. The sons of Feanor, driven by their oath, often acted rashly, jeopardizing the fragile unity of the Elves. Fingolfin, though a capable leader, struggled to maintain order in the face of growing dissent. Yet amidst the turmoil, moments of beauty and triumph shone through. The realms of the Noldor flourished, and their songs and stories inspired future generations. The hope of reclaiming the Silmarils and defeating Morgoth kept their spirits alive, even as the shadow of doom loomed ever closer. Chapter 7: The Glory and Fall of the Noldor. For centuries, the siege of Angband had held Morgoth's forces at bay, and the realms of the Noldor flourished. Their cities were places of splendor, their songs filled the air, and their people lived in relative peace. Yet beneath this golden age lay the unyielding tension of the Oath of Feanor and the shadow of Morgoth's malice. The fragile unity of the Noldor began to fray, and the events that followed would mark the turning point of their history in Middle-earth. The rise of the Noldorin kingdoms. The Noldor divided the lands of Beleriand among themselves, each leader establishing a realm that reflected their character and vision. Fingolfin, High King of the Noldor, ruled from the Hithlum, a land of highlands and cold winds. His son, Fingon, was a valiant warrior and a beacon of hope for their people. To the east, Medros, the eldest son of Feanor, claimed the lands of Himring, raising a stronghold that became a bastion against Morgoth's forces. The sons of Feanor spread across the lands, fortifying their positions and establishing alliances with the Sindar and the dwarves. Caranthir, known for his fiery temper, ruled the eastern region of Thargelion, where he fostered uneasy ties with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. Celegorm and Curufin, ever ambitious, sought to expand their influence, often clashing with their kin. Amidst these kingdoms, the Noldor's culture and artistry flourished. They crafted weapons of unmatched quality, sang songs of the Valar and the Two Trees, and built cities that rivaled the splendor of Valinor. Gondolin, hidden within the encircling mountains, became a shining jewel of their civilization, a city of unmatched beauty ruled by the Turgon, Fingolfin's second son. Nargothrond, established by Finrod Felagund, was another center of Noldorin strength, its halls carved deep into the stone of the Narog River. Yet even in this time of prosperity, the Noldor were haunted by their past. The doom of Mandos echoed in their minds, a grim reminder that their rebellion and the Oath of Feanor would bring great sorrow. The breaking of the siege. For over 400 years, the siege of Angband held firm. Morgoth's armies were confined to his fortress, and the lands of Beleriand remained relatively unspoiled. But Morgoth was patient, and in the darkness of Angband, he prepared his counterstrike. His armies swelled with orcs, balrogs, and creatures of his own vile creation. Most fearsome of all was Glaurung, the first of the dragons, a beast of immense size and fiery breath. When Morgoth unleashed his forces, it was with a ferocity the Noldor had not anticipated. The siege of Angband was shattered in an event known as the Dagor Bragolach, the Battle of Sudden Flame. Rivers of fire erupted from the depths of Angband, scouring the lands around it. Glaurung led the charge, his fire consuming everything in his path. The Noldor were unprepared for the scale of the assault. The fortresses of the sons of Feanor fell one by one. Caranthir's stronghold in Thargelion was overrun, and the lands of Himlad, held by Celegorm and Curufin, were lost. Only Maedhros' fortress on Heimring held firm, a lone bastion against the tide of destruction. In the west, Fingolfin witnessed the devastation from Hithlum. Grief and anger consumed him as he saw the suffering of his people. Unable to bear the thought of Morgoth's triumph, he resolved to confront the Dark Lord directly. The Duel of Fingolfin and Morgoth. Fingolfin's ride to Angband was a moment of singular heroism. Clad in armor that shone like silver, he rode across the scorched plains of Ard Garlan, his horn echoing through the darkness. The gates of Angband opened, and Morgoth emerged, towering and terrible. The duel that followed was a clash of titans, a testament to the courage of the Noldor and the malice of their foe. Fingolfin fought with the fury of despair, his blade Ringil wounding Morgoth 7 times. Though the Dark Lord was ultimately victorious, he bore the scars of that battle for the rest of his existence. Fingolfin's sacrifice became a rallying cry for the Noldor, a symbol of their defiance in the face of overwhelming darkness. Fingolfin's body was retrieved by Thorondor, the mighty eagle, who bore him to a high mountain where he was laid to rest. His death left a void in the leadership of the Noldor, and the High Kingship passed to his son, Fingon. The betrayal at Nargothrond. Amidst the chaos of the Dagor Bragolach, divisions among the Noldor deepened. Celegorm and Curufin, driven by ambition and their oath, sought refuge in Nargothrond, where they manipulated the court of Finrod Felagund. When Beren, a mortal man, arrived in Nargothrond seeking aid in his quest to reclaim a Silmaril from Morgoth, Celegorm and Curufin opposed him. Finrod, bound by his own oath to Beren's father, Barahir, chose to honor his promise. He relinquished his crown and accompanied Beren on the perilous journey to Angband. Celegorm and Curufin's treachery ensured that Finrod received no aid from his people, and the king met his end in the dungeons of Angband, slain by a werewolf as he defended Beren. The actions of Celegorm and Curufin sowed mistrust among the Noldor. Their betrayal tarnished the legacy of the House of Feanor, and their alliance with the Sindar and other peoples of Beleriand began to crumble. The Hidden Kingdoms. As the shadow of Morgoth spread, the remaining strongholds of the Noldor became refuges of hope. Gondolin, hidden by the mountains and protected by the watchful eyes of Ulmo, remained a sanctuary of light. Turgon, its ruler, worked tirelessly to strengthen its defenses, aware that Gondolin might one day be the last bastion against Morgoth. In Doriath, the Sindar thrived under the protection of the Melian's Girdle, a magical barrier that shielded their land from intrusion. King Thingol and Queen Melian sought to preserve their realm amidst the chaos, but their isolationist stance created tension with the Noldor. The growing divisions among the free peoples of Beleriand played into Morgoth's hands. The alliances forged during the siege of Angband were now fractured, and the once united front against the Dark Lord began to crumble. The seeds of hope. Amidst the darkness, glimmers of hope persisted. The tale of Beren and Luthien, though fraught with peril and loss, became a beacon of resilience. Luthien's courage and sacrifice in reclaiming a Silmaril from Morgoth inspired all who heard it. Her actions reminded the elves and men that even in the face of overwhelming evil, love and bravery could triumph. In Hithlum, Fingon worked tirelessly to rebuild the strength of the Noldor. He sought alliances with the Edain, the noble houses of men who had come to Beleriand and pledged their loyalty to the elves. Among these was a Hudor, a valiant warrior whose descendants would play a crucial role in the fate of Middle-earth. The shadow deepens. As the years passed, Morgoth's power continued to grow. His spies moved freely among the scattered peoples of Beleriand, spreading lies and mistrust. The alliances that had once held firm were now tenuous at best, and the Noldor found themselves increasingly isolated. The Silmarils, still held by Morgoth, remained a source of obsession for the sons of Feanor. Their oath drove them to acts of desperation and recklessness, further alienating them from their kin. The shadow of betrayal loomed over the Noldor, and the unity they had once fought so hard to preserve seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet even as darkness closed in, the spirit of the Noldor remained unbroken. Their resilience and determination would carry them forward, through triumph and tragedy, as they continued their fight against the Dark Lord. Chapter 8. The Rise of Men and the Great Alliances. As the shadow of Morgoth deepened over Beleriand, a new force emerged on the stage of Middle-earth. The Edain, the race of men, awoke under the stars and began their long migration westward. Their arrival marked the beginning of a new era, one defined by the forging of alliances and the blending of fates between elves and men. Though men were younger and less wise than the elves, their courage and resilience would prove invaluable in the struggle against Morgoth. The Awakening of Men. In the lands of Hildorian, men first opened their eyes to the light of the stars. Unlike the elves, who had been guided by the Valar, men awoke without a shepherd. Their understanding of the world was shaped by their own experiences, and their lives were marked by mortality, a gift given to them by Ilúvatar. This gift, though often seen as a curse, gave men a unique perspective on the fleeting nature of life and the importance of legacy. The first tribes of men were scattered and disunited, living in small communities and struggling to survive. They knew little of Morgoth, but his shadow touched their hearts nonetheless, sowing fear and mistrust. Despite this, some among them yearned for knowledge and sought the wisdom of the elves. The meeting of elves and men. The first meeting between elves and men occurred in Beleriand, where the Edain ventured after crossing the Blue Mountains. These early encounters were marked by wonder and wariness. The elves, who had long thought themselves alone as the children of Ilúvatar, were intrigued by the mortality of men and their indomitable spirit. Among the Edain, 3 houses emerged as the greatest allies of the elves. The House of Beor, led by Beor the Old. This house was known for its loyalty and wisdom. Beor himself entered the service of Finrod Felagund, becoming a trusted companion and counselor. The House of Haleth, led by the fierce and independent Haleth. This house was renowned for its bravery and resilience. They carved out a home in the forest of Brethil, refusing to bow to either elf or man. The House of Hador. Known for their strength and valor, the House of Hador became the closest allies of Fingolfin and his descendants. Hurin and Huor, descendants of this house, would play pivotal roles in the wars to come. The alliances forged between these houses and the elves laid the foundation for a united resistance against Morgoth. The Edain, though mortal and less powerful, brought a fierce determination and adaptability that complemented the wisdom and skill of the elves. Finrod Felagund and the Edain. Among the elves, none were more instrumental in building ties with the Edain than Finrod Felagund, the king of Nargothrond. While traveling through the forests of Osiriand, Finrod encountered the House of Beor. Moved by their plight and their potential, he welcomed them into his realm and taught them the language and lore of the elves. The friendship between Finrod and the Edain was deep and enduring. Finrod saw in men a kindred spirit, a willingness to endure hardship, and a yearning for something greater. In turn, the Edain revered Finrod as a mentor and protector. Beor's people settled in the lands of Estelad, where they flourished under Finrod's guidance. Yet this alliance came at a cost. Morgoth, ever watchful, turned his malice toward the Edain. He saw in them a threat to his dominion and sought to corrupt and divide them. Many men fell under his sway, becoming the Easterlings who served his dark purposes. The seeds of mistrust between elves and men were sown, a weakness Morgoth would exploit in the years to come. The Great Siege continues. While the Edain were integrating into the resistance against Morgoth, the Noldor and their allies maintained the siege of Angband. Despite their victories, the siege was a tenuous stalemate. Morgoth's forces, though contained, were not defeated. The Noldor's realms thrived, but their leaders knew that the Dark Lord was merely biding his time. Among the defenders of Beleriand, Fingon, the High King of the Noldor, emerged as a beacon of hope. His valor in battle and his ability to inspire unity among the elves and men earned him the respect of all who followed him. Fingon's friendship with Húrin and Huor, leaders of the House of Hador, became a symbol of the bond between elves and men. Yet even as Fingon worked to strengthen these alliances, the shadow of division lingered. The sons of Feanor, driven by their oath to reclaim the Silmarils, often acted with reckless ambition. Their actions alienated potential allies and deepened the rift between the houses of the Noldor. The Union of Maedhros. Amidst the growing tension, Maedhros, the eldest son of Feanor, sought to unite the free peoples of Beleriand against Morgoth. Recognizing that the scattered efforts of the elves and men would not be enough to defeat the Dark Lord, he called for a grand alliance. This initiative became known as the Union of Maedhros. The union brought together the Noldor, the Sindar, the Edain, and even the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. It was a monumental effort, requiring diplomacy and compromise from all sides. Maedhros worked tirelessly to mend the divisions among his kin and forge new bonds with their allies. The Union's first major campaign was the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, a coordinated assault on Angband. The Alliance mustered a vast army, and for a time, it seemed as though Morgoth might be defeated. The valor of elves and men shone brightly, and their unity struck fear into the hearts of Morgoth's servants. The Nirnaeth Arnoediad. The Battle of Unnumbered Tears was both the greatest triumph and the darkest tragedy of the free peoples of Beleriand. At the outset, the Union of Maedhros achieved remarkable victories, driving Morgoth's forces back and breaking through the outer defenses of Angband. Fingon and Maedhros fought side by side, their leadership inspiring their troops to feats of incredible heroism. But Morgoth had anticipated their attack. He unleashed his full might, including Glaurung the dragon and legions of Balrogs. The tide of battle turned, and the Union's forces were overwhelmed. Treachery from within the ranks of the Easterlings, who had secretly allied with Morgoth, sealed their fate. Fingon fell in battle, slain by Gothmog, the Lord of Balrogs. Húrin and Huor fought to the last, buying time for the survivors to retreat. Maedhros was captured, but later escaped, his spirit unbroken, but his hope diminished. The Nirnaeth Arnoediad shattered the Union of Maedhros and marked the beginning of the end for the Noldor's resistance. The losses were catastrophic, and the realms of Beleriand were left vulnerable to Morgoth's wrath. Aftermath and the seeds of renewal. In the wake of the battle, the free peoples of Beleriand were scattered and demoralized. Morgoth tightened his grip on the land, and the shadow of despair loomed over all. Yet even in this dark time, the seeds of renewal were sown. The sacrifices of the Edain, particularly the House of Hador, left an indelible mark on the elves. Their courage and loyalty inspired hope, and their bloodlines would give rise to heroes who would one day challenge Morgoth's dominion. In Gondolin and Doriath, hidden from Morgoth's gaze, the remnants of the resistance began to rebuild. Turgon and Thingol, the rulers of these realms, worked to preserve what they could, knowing that the fight was far from over. Chapter 9. The Fall of Doriath and the Ruin of Beleriand. The Nirnaeth Arnuidiad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, marked the beginning of the end for the free peoples of Beleriand. Morgoth's dominion tightened as his forces spread across the land, overwhelming the scattered remnants of resistance. In this time of great despair, the once mighty kingdoms of the Elves began to falter, their unity fractured by betrayal, grief, and the weight of oaths unfulfilled. The Hidden Kingdom of Doriath. In the heart of Beleriand lay Doriath, the hidden realm of King Thingol and Queen Melian. Shielded by the magical barrier of Melian's girdle, Doriath had long been a sanctuary from the shadow of Morgoth. Its forests were filled with light and song, a refuge for those fleeing the darkness of the outer lands. Thingol, proud and wise, ruled with the guidance of Melian, whose divine insight had kept their kingdom safe for centuries. Yet even in this sanctuary, the shadow of discord began to grow. The greed for power, the lingering resentment of old grievances, and the intrusion of fateful treasures would shatter the peace of Doriath. The Silmaril and the doom of Thingol. The seeds of Doriath's fall were sown when Beren and Luthien achieved the impossible by reclaiming a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown. This radiant jewel, one of the three crafted by Feanor, brought great joy but also great peril. Thingol, enraptured by its beauty, demanded that it be set into the Norglamir, the necklace of the dwarves. This act of pride and possessiveness would lead to his doom. Thingol commissioned the dwarves of Nogrod to craft the necklace, but their greed for the Silmaril consumed them. When the work was complete, they demanded the jewel for themselves, claiming it was their right as the creators of the necklace. Thingol, incensed by their audacity, refused and insulted their honor. In their fury, the dwarves slew Thingol in his own halls and fled with the Norglamir. The slaying of Thingol plunged Doriath into chaos. Melian, overcome with grief, withdrew from Middle-earth, and the protective power of her girdle faded. Without its enchantment, Doriath was left vulnerable to the enemies that encircled it. The Sack of Doriath. News of Thingol's death spread quickly, reaching the ears of the sons of Feanor. Bound by their unrelenting oath to reclaim the Silmarils, they saw the jewel in Doriath as their rightful prize. Celegorm, Curufin, and Caranthir rallied their forces and marched on Doriath. The ensuing battle was a tragedy of unparalleled scale. The once peaceful halls of Menegroth were filled with the sounds of war. Though the Elves of Doriath fought valiantly, they were no match for the combined might of the sons of Feanor and their allies. The kingdom fell, its beauty laid to waste, and the Silmaril was taken by the victors. But the victory was hollow. The sons of Feanor, though triumphant, were haunted by the bloodshed they had wrought. Their oath had driven them to destroy their own kin, and the price of their pursuit was the ruin of one of the greatest realms of the Elves. The ruin of Beleriand. As the free peoples of Beleriand fragmented, Morgoth's dominion grew unchecked. His armies swept through the lands, leaving destruction in their wake. The rivers ran dark with blood, and the skies were filled with smoke from the burning of forests and cities. The proud realms of the Noldor, the Sindar, and the Edain crumbled one by one. Gondolin, the hidden city of Turgon, remained a beacon of hope. But Morgoth's spies, ever watchful, uncovered its location through the treachery of the Meglin, Turgon's nephew. With this knowledge, Morgoth launched a devastating assault, sending Balrogs, dragons, and orcs to lay waste to the city. Gondolin fell, its splendor reduced to ash, and its people scattered. In the east, the remaining strongholds of the sons of Feanor were overrun. Maedhros and Maglor, the last of Feanor's sons to survive, fought desperately to rally their forces, but could not withstand Morgoth's might. The lands of Himring and Thargelion were abandoned, their people fleeing into the wild. The hope of Arendil. Amidst the despair, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of Arendil, the mariner. Born of the union between Tuor, a mortal man, and Idril, a daughter of Gondolin, Arendil carried within him the bloodlines of both elves and men. He became a symbol of unity and a beacon of light in the darkest of times. Arendil, guided by the light of the Silmaril, embarked on a perilous journey across the seas to seek the aid of the Valar. His voyage was fraught with danger, as Morgoth's shadow reached even to the edges of the world. Yet Arendil's resolve did not waver, for he believed that only the intervention of the Valar could save Middle-earth from ruin. The intervention of the Valar. Arendil's plea reached the halls of the Manwë, who listened with great sorrow to the mariner's account of Middle-earth's plight. Moved by his courage and the suffering of the free peoples, the Valar resolved to act. They gathered their armies and prepared to march on Angband, initiating the War of Wrath, the final and most devastating conflict of the First Age. The Valar's host, led by Eonwë, the Herald of Manwë, descended upon Beleriand with unmatched force. Their arrival marked the turning point of the war. Balrogs, dragons, and orcs were driven back, and Morgoth's strongholds were besieged. The end of Beleriand. The War of Wrath brought about the ultimate defeat of Morgoth, but the cost was immense. The battles shook the very foundations of the earth, and the lands of Beleriand were consumed by the sea. Only a few scattered islands remained, remnants of the once great realms of the elves and men. Morgoth was captured and cast into the void, his power broken and his dominion ended. Yet the Silmarils, the cause of so much strife, were lost. One was carried into the heavens by Arendil, one was swallowed by the earth, and one was lost in the sea. The oath of Feanor, though unfulfilled, was finally laid to rest, its burden lifted from the world. A new beginning. With the end of the First Age, the survivors of Beleriand faced the task of rebuilding their lives. The elves who remained departed for Valinor, or retreated to hidden sanctuaries. The Edain, who had fought valiantly alongside the elves, were rewarded with the land of Numenor, a gift from the Valar. Though the great kingdoms of the past were no more, the legacy of the First Age endured. The courage and sacrifice of the elves and men who resisted Morgoth became the foundation for the struggles and triumphs of the ages to come. Chapter 10. The War of Wrath and the End of the First Age. The War of Wrath was the culmination of the centuries-long struggle against Morgoth, the Dark Enemy. With the intervention of the Valar, the free peoples of Middle-earth found hope in what had seemed a time of unending despair. The events of this final war would reshape the world, ending the First Age and laying the foundation for the ages to come. The arrival of the host of Valinor. When Arendil reached Valinor, his plea for aid stirred the hearts of the Valar. Manwë, moved by the plight of Middle-earth, gathered the host of Valinor, the mightiest army ever assembled. Led by Eonwë, the herald of Manwë, and accompanied by the Maiar, the Vanyar elves, and the remaining Noldor of Aman, this host crossed the seas to confront Morgoth. The sheer power of the Valar's host was a sight to behold. Their banners bore the light of the two trees, and their weapons shone with the brilliance of Aman. The skies were filled with the wings of the eagles of Manwë, led by Thorondor, and the seas were stirred by Ulmo, who guided the fleet safely to the shores of Middle-earth. The elves and men of Beleriand, though diminished, rallied to the Valar's side. Among them were the remnants of the Noldor, led by Medros and Maglor, and the Edain, including the House of Húrin. Together, they formed a united front against Morgoth's forces. The opening of the war. The War of Wrath began with an assault on Morgoth's outer defences. The lands of Anfauglith, once scorched and desolate, were now the battleground for the greatest conflict Middle-earth had ever seen. Morgoth unleashed his armies, a horde of orcs, balrogs, and newly bred creatures of terror. At their forefront was Ankalagon the Black, the mightiest of all dragons, a winged beast of unimaginable size and strength. The battles raged for years, with both sides suffering great losses. The Valar's host, though mighty, faced the full fury of Morgoth's malice. Ankalagon's fire devastated the skies and the land, and the Balrogs fought with relentless fury. Yet the light of Valinor could not be extinguished. The Vanyar and Maiar, wielding weapons blessed by the Valar, pushed back Morgoth's forces. The fall of Angband. The tide of the war turned with the arrival of Eärendil upon his ship, Vingulot. Bearing the Silmaril upon his brow, Eärendil took to the skies with the eagles of Manwë to confront Ankalagon the Black. The battle between Eärendil and the great dragon lasted a full day and night, the heavens alight with fire and lightning. At last, Eärendil struck a mortal blow. Ankalagon fell from the skies, his massive body crashing upon the peaks of Thangorodrim, breaking them in his death. The destruction of Ankalagon shattered Morgoth's defences, and the host of Valinor surged forward, laying waste to the gates of Angband. Morgoth, seeing his doom approaching, retreated to the deepest pits of his fortress. But the Valar and their allies pursued him without relent. The Balrogs, once his most fearsome servants, were all but destroyed, save a few who fled into the deepest caves of the world. The orcs scattered, leaderless and broken. The capture of Morgoth. In the final assault, Morgoth was brought forth from his hiding place. The Valar bound him with the chain Angainor, forged long ago for this very purpose. His iron crown was torn from his head, and the Silmarils were taken from his grasp. Eonwë, herald of Manwë, pronounced judgment upon him, decreeing that he would be cast into the void, beyond the circles of the world. Morgoth's cries of defiance and fear echoed across the land as he was thrust through the door of night and into the timeless darkness. His reign of terror was ended, but the scars he had left on Middle-earth would endure for ages to come. The fate of the Silmarils. The 3 Silmarils reclaimed from Morgoth's crown were now a matter of great contention. The sons of Feanor, Maedhros, and Maglor remained bound by their oath to reclaim the jewels. They pleaded with Eonwë to release the Silmarils to them, but the herald refused, declaring that they were no longer fit to possess them. In desperation, Maedhros and Maglor stole the Silmarils from the camp of the Valar, yet their victory was short-lived. The Silmarils, hallowed by the light of the 2 trees, burned their hands, for they were tainted by the blood they had spilled to reclaim them. Maedhros, consumed by despair, cast himself and his Silmaril into a fiery chasm. Maglor, stricken with grief, threw his Silmaril into the sea and wandered the shores of Middle-earth, singing laments for all that had been lost. The 3rd Silmaril, born by Eärendil, remained in the heavens, a guiding star for all who looked to the night sky. It became a symbol of hope and a reminder of the sacrifices made to bring an end to Morgoth's dominion. The sinking of Beleriand. The War of Wrath brought unimaginable destruction to Middle-earth. The battles reshaped the land, and the forces unleashed during the conflict caused the lands of Beleriand to sink beneath the sea. Only a few scattered islands remained, remnants of the once great kingdoms of the Elves. The survivors of the war fled to safer lands. The Elves of Beleriand, their numbers greatly diminished, were offered a choice by the Valar: to sail to Valinor and find peace in the Undying Lands, or to remain in Middle-earth and face its uncertain future. Many chose to depart, but some, bound by love for the lands they had fought to protect, chose to stay. The Edain, who had fought valiantly alongside the Elves, were rewarded with the land of Numenor, a gift from the Valar. This island kingdom became a beacon of prosperity and hope, its people blessed with long life and wisdom. The end of the First Age. With Morgoth's defeat and the reshaping of the world, the First Age came to an end. The triumph of the Valar and the sacrifices of the free peoples ensured that Middle-earth would endure, but the price was steep. The kingdoms of the Elves lay in ruins, and the world they had known was forever changed. Yet amidst the loss, there was hope. The light of Erendil's Silmaril shone brightly in the sky, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could prevail. The descendants of the Edain, now the people of Numenor, would carry forward the legacy of those who had fought and died to preserve freedom. The First Age ended not with despair, but with the promise of new beginnings. The story of Middle-earth was far from over, and the deeds of the past would echo through the ages, inspiring future generations to rise against the darkness. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the First Age of Middle-earth. If you enjoyed tonight's tale, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more stories from Tolkien's legendary world. We'd love to hear from you. What stories would you like to hear next? Here's a question for you. If you could choose to hold one of the Silmarils, knowing their history and power, would you take that risk? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Now, let the soothing sounds guide you into peaceful rest. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the wonders of Middle-earth. Good night. Thank you.